Gaming is all about senses. How it looks. How it feels. How much it really takes to win. And how fun it is. Bring them all to life with metal posters from Displate. Shop now at displate.com.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
One in a million, one in a million.
Welcome to the studio.
I actually have some really exciting news. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream.
We covered a lot today.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Games for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle, a system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gamesforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
Hey everyone, my name's Asmongold, and I'm excited to tell you about my company, Starforge Systems. When we founded Starforge Systems, we had one goal in mind: make the best computers possible for playing video games. Now, I don't personally play video games, I just react to TikToks, but wait, this is not true. Like, I do play games. Who wrote this? I play games all the time. I play Diablo, New World, and... well, I don't just watch other people play those games. I also play them too. I play them all the time. You know what? I own this company. I don't have to take this shit. I'm leaving, and the logo is a hammer.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody here? Hello? Hello?
So, you've come here looking to cast the race war first, have you?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited actually.
Are you sure you've got what it takes?
I mean, yes, I've cast Worlds before.
Casted what now?
It's Worlds, the League of Legends World Championship.
Oh, cool. Well, whatever that is, you've never experienced anything quite like this before. You have work to do if you're going to be ready for it.
Ready for what?
Heroic splits.
Lift, move the product. You can do it. Move the sponsor's product. Good lift. Push. Yes, you're doing it. Again. Gotta move these products. Good, again, move the product. Yes, good work.
Go. Come on, I'm ready, yeah. Remember the splits. Don't forget the delve.
Has anyone mentioned predatories?
Delves are new. Have you memorized every external available?
Any active external?
Raid buffs. Remember the raid buff. Raid cooldown.
What is going on here?
Prepping?
Prepping for what? Rookie, come on. It's time to go.
Don't worry, I was the needle last time, and it wasn't that bad.
It is that bad.
Yo.
Welcome to the Race World First.
You dare challenge the might of my empire? We will wipe out the invaders from above, no matter what it takes! Ascension, reserved only for the most loyal, the purest form of our evolution. I will crush these insurgents in the name of Queen Ansarek.
Through the fire, through the smoke, through the rain, through the storm, through the winter, through the cold, from the ashes.
I will have your skull!
See it coming for me. A dark is rising up over me. Oh, I will be ready. Oh, they will fall. 'Cause I've been through hell and back. I died and then came back, and it made me a fighter.
None of you shall leave this
I
place.
see him coming, the demons running. Oh, I will be unstoppable. I see him coming, the demons running. Oh, I will be unstoppable. your people will be restored, reborn, improved, and they will laud you as their savior.
Ladies and gentlemen, the race to world first is back after almost a year of waiting. Echo is here. Nerub-ar Palace is about to be destroyed, and the spiders or the crabs are about to meet an untimely demise. As Mythic is about to unlock, and we have put together the best casting team we possibly can to bring you the best show we can over the indeterminate amount of time that this race will take. So we'd like to introduce, of course, our wonderful Mr. Fat Boss Alex. Welcome, Al.
Hello, it's good to be here. We've been here for a week already, but it's nice to see you again.
Yes, we're going to get there. And the wonderful OK Mage is back again.
Hello! Yes, it's that time again, the race to world first being my favourite time of year.
It's always good.
So it is. And our lovely Nagura has returned once again.
Hello. Well, I'm finally here now too. I've seen you guys have been busy casting those splits. Thank you very much.
Yes. What an introduction for, of course, one of our new faces here, Mr. Medic, joining us from his League of Legends casting and has arrived and been forced to cast splits for his first week for his sins.
It's been a joy. I don't get to podcast this much usually at League of Legends, so we've got into some interesting topics.
Indeed. And our show, of course, would not be complete with the biggest of brains behind the analysis desk, Mr. Jeeth. Hello, sir.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be back again. We missed you during Heroic Week, though. What were you doing?
Anxious, FOMO at home.
Yeah, actually true, yeah. I saw all of the pictures and then following the
Yeah,
Discord channel. I was like, man.
It didn't feel good until you started casting, and then it all just drifted away.
Oh, we're not missing out on anything, but you did miss out on quite a lot. Heroic Week was jam-packed.
It is over now. The Heroic Week has come to an end. The guys are obviously up to things that we're not allowed to show you. But fill us in, because you guys carried that heavy burden of the return of the Heroic Week.
Well, importantly, before Heroic Week started, they were also up to things that perhaps they shouldn't have been. We had 7 players from Echo banned out. They had to take a 4-day vacation before they were allowed to join in. The rest of the team obviously got cracking on with normal splits, but we did have an all-nighter on Friday night from a bunch of the lads to try and catch back up.
It's nasty to see, because we came in the next day, but surprisingly, depending on the player, we saw some of the players who did get timed out, we'll put it that way, for being a
They were banned. Don't
Look,
they deserve it.
They just took a break. They went on vacation.
Speaking from experience, there is different levels to banning, okay?
Is it really a
sliding
punishment?
scale.
Is it really a punishment when Jinji takes off all of normal splits, has 4 days in clone, comes back in, does 1 split, gets bis gear on his mage, and is just done? Is that a punishment?
It did look like a punishment for Hopeful. He looked over like, I flew all the way here from America. This is what I get. It's like, yeah, that's the Gingy curse. You're going to have to deal with that. But yes, they were banned, which led to, I saw Kush practically just asleep on his desk, upside down, is what I tuned in
that was Kush. I saw that picture. I was like,
curled up.
Interesting.
He was nestled up in his secret lab chair. He loved it. He loved it.
That's how
great time,
babies
apparently.
sleep.
It is.
That's actually a newborn sleeping on a secret lab chair.
Interestingly enough, after the last race and his shenanigans with caffeine, is he went on a rant at me in the kitchen about how much he's off caffeine. We'll pay attention to how that pays off in the next few days. But yeah, they got over the ban on Friday. Those players who were banned, they just played all the way through. I think, not under orders, they knew they had to do it, right?
Yeah, they had loads to catch up with. They had their delves to do. They had some PvP to fill in. So they had their sleep schedule changed slightly. I think some of them rolling in at 5 p.m. ready to play through the night, which they did. They caught up. They did their normal splits so that by the time everyone else filtered in on that Sunday morning or Saturday morning, they were ready to get bis gear if you're a Gingy, in Gingy's case, in the heroic splits.
And when you think about it, like they had to be here at 5 today, right? Because of the reset tomorrow. So having to change your schedule in just a couple of days like that, I mean, that must have been rough for the players.
It's a little bit of whiplash. So, apparently, Gingy just managed to just hit it straight away. He woke up the next day feeling absolutely fine. I saw Kush not looking as happy about the whole situation, but I think they have kind of settled down after that long day.
Mike did say that he woke up like 2:30 today and couldn't sleep anymore.
Oh,
so
snap. Yeah, maybe so then.
I hope he's going to get some rest today for tomorrow.
I hope so too, and it is quite a restful day for the Raiders today. It's been a lot more chill in the morning. They've done a few splits. They are going dark this afternoon as well to do some Ansarek. I think they've just practiced a week.
Whoa, spoiler boy. Whoa. They're practicing the first boss, guys.
Oh, yeah. Ultrax is really scary.
Yeah. You got to
feed
him.
The biggest thing I have to fight is Baron. So all of these bosses are really, really frightening for me.
Yeah, it's got to turn up. But over the course of Heroic Week, we did see the guys put everything into it in order to get this day of rest. Because we haven't seen Heroic Week since... I kind of want to say like BFA.
Sepulchre of the first ones was the last Heroic Week, I believe.
I cannot remember that raid at all.
Because they didn't have the last 2 bosses available, right?
Oh, yeah.
Last 3.
It was just up until Anduin. And then,
It was, and of course that Mythic raid, of course, went exactly as Blizzard planned. So I'm sure it'll be the same this time around as well. No 18-day raids. Oh my, why did I say that?
I mean, you cursed us now. We're doomed.
Floor.
It's happening already.
And weirdly enough, we have already heard that they are getting rid of Heroic Week. Probably not going to see it again in the future, whether it's too long of a delay for the other players, whatever it might be. But over the course, it's been great. So let's throw to some highlights of that Heroic Week. If you didn't tune in for Heroic Week, well, how could you? But there's lots of shenanigans that the guys got up to. So let's take a look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Race to World First. I am Alex from Fatballs TV, and joining me is the amazing Medic. How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. I'm very nervous. I'm going to be honest. I think it's the most nervous I've been in years before doing one of these things. If you wanted, you could have really liked the spiders and, built up sort of a camaraderie with them over the last few days.
They would have held you in high renown,
if you did that, can we switch to Gingy's point of view? He has a special cutscene playing right now, as you can see.
Yep.
That's what happens if you really get close with the spiders.
No.
You're going to give it a good...
Why am I
Don't
so
you
pathetic?
dare.
Oh.
It's almost over. She speaks like that now. Your ambition was rare, you know. Yet despite even betraying your own mother, here you are.
Ow.
Oh, there's me.
My voice acting.
Your voice acting.
Throwing flashbang.
Not many people are watching. The podcast is being improved by what everybody wants.
How are we perfectly behind each foot?
Why do you look so excited when the feet get sniffed?
I'm glad that they can't make their way over towards
Why
the
am I
max roll
framed
analysis
by the
desk.
feet?
Oh no, they can.
There they are.
I'm between the toes.
One more tick.
Go on, Minnie.
One more.
You can do it.
What is he clicking? What?
Oh,
No!
0.19%.
What did I just witness?
What did he click?
He was clicking Deathstrike, I think.
Oh, gonna start taking a lot of damage.
He pops AMS, which is why he took no damage on this big hit and everyone else died. And then he goes down and he clicks Deathstrike! I knew it!
No!
I knew it! I knew he was clicking Deathstrike. Oh, no.
Oh, mate. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, the shame.
Describe it to us. It's pliers or something. I mean, not pliers, but it's a clamp. It's quite a lot of edging going on. I guess we can have some clamps about one. Let's attach this. Right? There. Oh, man. May the Lord have mercy. This is the strangest bit I've ever done.
What is this? Tape? Very recently on... Wolf, wake up.
Oh, no.
Wolf, wake up. There we go.
I can't get
I can't open it. What's it burning?
In exchange for item level. How
Which
much
they would
of
be
your
willing
soul
to
would
do,
you give for a trinket drop?
There we have Jordan ready to go delving for Roger's treasure trove.
Run! Pee poo poo.
Yep. Oh no, not the forehead.
Wait, what is that?
Pretty sure they're Greg's sausage rolls.
Oh no! Freaking Wayne!
Thank you!
We don't like shoes on the couch. How about is crumbs on the couch?
Oh.
I think you're joining Mike and Alex at an emote there.
As you can see, this is the Nova. You can see coming out here. They going across the room over in that direction. Oh no, this is going to start getting recursive. Didn't think this one through. It's going to keep getting deeper and deeper because I'm on the stream and I'm showing the stream. Oh no, look! Oh no!
Dodge that big AoE. The portal currently sitting on Shoe Pair. What a great name that is. Good old Shoe Pair. Ring coming in. 1 second time. Portal's down. Dodge the orbs. Avoid the void. Avoid the void's a good one. We should use that one later on. And usually a co-caster would come in at this point, but I think I'm just going to keep practicing because soon we'll have Mythic. Next week will be Mythic, Jordan, and then we got to get even hyper. 2% on Ansurek. They're going to kill her. It's a world first cast of a heroic kill.
Beans.
I bet you regret missing out on the beans. Could have been there.
I love how much I forgot happened in Heroic Week. I was watching it. Oh yeah.
It does look a bit like you guys lost your mind a little bit.
Do you know, it was within 10 minutes of our stream starting that Medic fed me beans, and I knew what the rest of the week was going to be like.
Yeah. I mean, we should point out you brought a case of beans.
Yes, 24 tins.
For me, and every day you've been sneaking extra tins of beans onto my desk. And
Doing
today,
the Lord's work.
It resulted in a bean explosion today all over the WhatsApp. It didn't SK, it's actually
It seems so put together when we arrived as well, and now that I'm seeing this, you must have pulled in all in for us to see this video, I guess. Like,
we casted Delves. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing.
I gotta say, I tuned in at home. I didn't see any of that. I don't know when that took place, but I tuned in. Jeeth, how was your heroic week?
It was good. It was good. We had a nice moment. We did the all-nighter. Medic and I joined the players that were banned and sat on the couch and chatted with chat until about 2:30 in the morning. And then from 2:30 till 3:30 in the morning, I read them bedtime stories.
Aww.
So that's
You did a blindfolded split, which I think was one of my highlights.
But
of the week.
I'm trying to forget that because I watched that back later, and it turned out I was lied to.
wow, they would never
would do that.
Murdered within 30 seconds of the split starting. Oh.
You gave me an opportunity. I will tell you, production was hoping that we would Hearthstone you out of the raid, which would have screwed up the entire
We almost
split.
did.
Yeah, I mean, you were mousing over it for a really long time.
Well, luckily I don't click.
Wow.
We'll see on that one. But let's get a little serious for a minute. The guys are looking geared. They're looking well. We're starting, obviously, a little bit of predictions. I'm not telling you exactly what they're doing, but they're starting to take shape of what their mains might be. In fact, it's turned into a bit of an argument. Because Kush and Perfecto in particular are both here. Nice to see Perfecto back. Hasn't been at the Race to World First for a while. Arguing endlessly in the kitchen over who gets to play Rogue. And both of them trying to put cases forward as to each other, like Scripe cares. Right? Like, Scripe doesn't care whatsoever. And they're like, no, you played Rogue last year. I had to be back bench. I've got good gear. And then Kush is like, you got so lucky. I'm going to get so lucky next week and do all this. And they're fighting now over what we're going to see. But who do you think? Who's in the mystery role? Because we know Gingy's probably going to be mage.
Yep.
Right?
Well,
But the healer team's all changed. Yeah, take us through
Did
it.
you does have a moonkin?
Yeah, come on.
Out there.
Someone has to.
I want to point out the
he's
7th
playing
caster
mage,
isn't here because they play Moonkin.
Yeah.
And they are in depression land.
Your Canucks, he was been playing a lot of Druid, but most of the time, either Restoration and the few times where he was dealing damage, it was Feral.
Feral, yeah.
He's pulled the trigger on that one. You know, all the boomkins out there threatening, like, I'm going to go Feral. I'm going to do it any minute now. I was like, just do it. Now they finally are. We're starting to see the Year of the Spear in Druid form instead. But there's a couple of weird classes that we've been seeing, and Jesse's been pointing this out when we've been on casts together about the healing comp especially, because we might be seeing a little bit of a return of Druid. Ain't that right, Jesse?
Nah, it's not happening.
Oh no, is it not?
No, there's no way. It would be griefing.
He's got like 8 Resto
It doesn't
Druids.
matter. It's a bait. You're not going to play a Resto Druid. Everything a Resto Druid does, a Discipline Priest does better. It does more healing. It does more damage. It does more to mitigation. You're just
doesn't
not
buff Mark of
going
the
to
Wild.
see it. No, but you have 4 druid specs that can do that.
But
and
they're
even
all
though
bad.
all of them are bad, there's still the bear druid, and no one cares if the tank is
That's
bad.
true.
And they're actually not that bad.
Do you think there's going to be Guardian? Because
Okay,
I was thinking
so
that as well.
Here's the thing. Miraz and Robin have primarily been prepping Brewmasters and Blood Decays, so it looks like probably that's where they're leaning. But if you play the Brewmaster, it means you need to bring a DPS Druid instead of the Windwalker, and Windwalker just does 200,000 DPS more than any Druid DPS spec. I think there's a strong argument to be made to plug the Bear Druid in instead, and that brings the Mark of the Wild. That's the least bad Druid spec to bring Mark of the Wild, and you don't mind having Windwalker. In fact, Windwalker is really, really good. You probably want one in anyway. So I think optimally, you would probably play the Bear Druid. That second tank slot, up in the air, we can talk about it. There's a lot of, you wanted to bring utility. There's people thinking maybe Mass Grip with the Blood Decay, but you could also bring a Prop Paladin to do off healing, or a Brewmaster and get another mandatory debuff out of the way. Lots of different options. But what I don't think is going to happen is a Resto Druid being seen in Race World First from Echo.
See, I just got baited because when me and Jesse were talking about this like 2 days ago, Jesse was like, "Yeah, 100%, definitely gonna happen." So I don't know what to believe anymore.
Here's the thing, right? It's fun to meme about when he's playing 7 different versions of tree-named Druid, right? We have Rice and Spruce, Rice and Ash, Rice and Cypress, Rice and Oak, and it seems likely that they were ready to do that. And I could be wrong, and I could be eating my hat tomorrow when you see one in there. But I think a Priest does everything that a Druid does, except better, and it's just probably not going to happen. The bigger news, however, is Ryson coming back in from the Officer team and actually playing in the raid, that role being taken back over by Potter back from the Shadowlands.
We've got a lot of players here. I will point out, not to crap on Jesse's prediction here, but I spoke to Ryson literally 20 minutes ago, and he has like, the Druid is ready. But he doesn't want to play it, so there's that angle as well.
It's ready. It's there.
Yeah, he's a priest. He's a priest man, and he's always been a priest man. But as you've probably seen, more players than ever are here on site. All of them are now unbanned. Round of applause. But we've got some new faces. Ones you have requested, essentially, given the option to them, and the wonderful SK Magenta facility that we're playing in Cologne, Germany. That's where we are this time. We're no longer in Sweden. So we've had nice memes.
Well identified, Mike. good job noticing that.
I did notice, because the plane landed in a different place. Look, you live in Germany, so you keep defending it, right? But you tell me a modern country that has everything closed on a Sunday these days. Outrageous, shenanigans, and poor.
I think you struck a nerve.
I'm not going to respond to that,
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Oh, let's talk about
if
restaurants
you
that don't
want to take
open
the
at
Lord's
weekend.
Day in vain like that, Mike, I understand, you know, but
I'm tired of it.
Some of us are praying to Zalatath on that day.
Yeah. Ever since I've been here, attitude.
That's what they hire me for.
Have you heard of the 11 unwritten rules of Cologne?
11?
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
That's more than the deadly sins. What kind of... This is what I'm talking about. This is attitude that Cologne has.
Do you know
No.
them, Karen? No, nor do I.
How
People
could
have been
you?
asking me, do you know the 11 unwritten rules? I'm like, no. And then no one's explaining. So.
Well, they're unwritten. How
Yeah,
could you possibly
it's
know
like
all
Fight
11?
Club.
Yeah.
Just can't
It's
talk
Fight
about
Club,
it, you
yeah.
know?
I know since I've been here, we've had kebab every day.
I was thinking the same thing. I was
Right.
like, are we in Sweden?
That hadn't happened until you came.
Yeah,
I
so like,
wonder
you
if-
were the kebab bringers. Hang on a minute.
Is there something in your contract that says must have kebab every day?
Look, those of you who've been
You even
following...
ordered one on day one.
Yes, you did.
No, let's get this right. Mirez has been posting this fantastic... to be fair, we have private chefs now, right? And we're used to burger delivery. The food is fantastic.
It's great.
But
It is
every
very
day they were like, oh, Michelin star food. Look what we're having, Mike. Nagura, you're missing out on so much fun. Oh,
Yeah.
they just brought out a tray of chicken that is
And it
glistening.
was dessert every time, too. It's like,
There was
yeah, and
dessert.
brownie. Like,
We
I saw
got here,
the best
kebab. What's for breakfast? Leftover kebab.
As Jesse would say, it's good enough for who it's for.
That's right.
Very true.
I have had a lot of sausage. There's been a lot of salt. Anyway, so Nice Memes is here. As you guys asked about. Wolf Disco was a big one. A lot of people asking to see Wolf Disco. Always tearing up the damage meters. Obviously, no Revez does not want to be here. I think essentially at this point, and you maybe agree with this, G, the players who aren't here are the ones who kind of don't want to be at the race.
For the most part, there's always a certain number of players who feel significantly more comfortable playing from home, and no one wants their performance hampered. If you don't think you're going to play well here, you don't need to come. If you're not going to be comfortable, you don't need to be here either. But the largest number of players at an event that we've ever had, including a huge number of people new to the event and new to Echo as well. Several people that joined Echo over the course of the last farm, like Hopeful, for example, showing up and looking to prove themselves.
For sure. We've got Thanner on site as well. But of course, Jesse actually mentioned, I think this is probably worth a little discussion. Potter is back, old member of the team, playing for a while, and Ryson, like you rightfully said, Jeeth, has been looking to get off the healing officer role for 2-3 tiers now. He's great at it, but he still wants to play. He's not like old like Roger, you know, with the old decrepit fingers. He can still game. And they looked everywhere for someone to fill those shoes. And ultimately, it landed back at Potter, who is here. And I did speak to Ryson. I wonder how you feel about this from the old healing team, Jeez. Will Ryson now see decisions being made? Not quite what he would have decided, and he's got to trust in it. And his opinion was, he can ask me if he wants. Like, how important do you think it is for the team to pick that up?
I think it's going to be more of a partnership than anything else. As you rightfully pointed out, Potter stopped after Shadowlands, and you need a trustworthy healer that the officers and leadership really gets along with to take over the role of healing coordinator. Ryson kind of fell into that by default. That person really can't play. They're too busy setting up spreadsheets and timelines. With Potter having been out of the picture for over an entire expansion, it's likely that he and Ryson are going to be working together and consulting a lot, particularly as they prep for the Mythic tier. And then it's largely going to be Potter doing the in-game call-outs. Like, we interviewed Potter during a sit-down with Secret Lab, and he said, expect around 4.8 or 4.9 out of 5 stars performance for me this tier, implying that potentially he could be back. But certainly it's a big pickup to have Potter coordinating the healing cooldowns once again, allowing Ryson to get back into the game, a very strong healer.
Yeah, exactly. And we want that healing too to be as strong as possible. Traditionally, a spot where Echo was limited. We saw in the last raid, Jay, Sol had to step in. You know, we're dragging people off the bench to do some healing if a healer was unavailable. Just not fun.
Yeah, and I know that Ryson was desperate to get back in as well. He really wanted to get in there and start playing again. So it is really nice to see him back healing. I was just wondering who else is here that we haven't seen before at the venue. We've got Thaner as well.
Yeah.
One of the healers as well.
Yeah, pure Paladin power going to be pumping out of him. It's nice to see Canucks here as well. Minnie's first race. I actually did not know this is the first race Minnie. I've met Minnie many times and I just assumed.
Nice, his first time being here in person.
Big one of those. But I tell you what, obviously, wonderful set. We're all here. The sun is still shining here in Cologne, but I bet you guys kind of want to look at what the hell is going on behind the scenes, because we're obviously going to see a lot of these guys. So let's take a quick look at that, shall we? The race to World First is back. Echo is going to be challenging Nerub-ar Palace, killing all those spiders, and we are at the SK Magenta facility here in Cologne, and I am going to take you on a little behind-the-scenes tour. My name is Preach. This is brought to you with Elgato, and we have so many cool things here in this wonderful facility that have been provided for. First stop, I'm going to show you where we hang out. This is our wonderful caster setup where they can stream, play games, do whatever they want to do over here in this area, where Elgato has provided us with Neo Stream Decks and Wave Neos. So we have our cool microphones, we can control our streams, we can still reach our audience and do all those things in comfort with some nice couches and stuff. But in between that, of course, the Raiders and us need ourselves some snackies. So what they've done is give us a nice little kitchen, not the main one, hold on for that because it gets real special soon, where we can dip in. There's some bananas and some chocky bars, some nuts and some drinks, all available for everybody there. Really good. And now, this is where you're going to be seeing the players. Over here. They're currently trying things out that we're not allowed to show on stream, so we have to be a little careful. But once again, Elgato has given them Wave DX microphones. That's what they're all using, then really low profile microphone arms. So if you have an issue getting your mic arm right in your face, you can use one of those Elgato wonderful arms to get it out of the way and make it work. Before we get to the big control area though, where there's some really fancy things to show you, I want to go downstairs because you're going to see something pretty special there. So come on. We're currently in the lobby at SK Magenta facility, all right? But watch this. This is so cool. Follow me. Follow me. Behold the greatness. That's what you want to see the big face of all these Raiders doing. And this is where a lot of the pro teams that also train at the facility hang out and have been watching the race and getting involved with things, including people just passing by. But you can see behind me, this is the best bit. Okay, Echo has been notorious for not the best food when we've been at the races, but that has all changed. 3 private chefs are working here, providing breakfast, lunch, and dinner, freshly baked bread. Everything is here in the morning, and you can see they're working it now. I wish you guys could smell what's going on. So the Raiders are going to be eating good, but more importantly is physical health. The guys are sat down for such a long time that they've actually now added a gym. There's a gym for the guys to actually work out. I was here at 7 a.m. this morning. This place was rammed with certain Raiders, not everybody, but casters as well, who were all working out here. They've got table tennis, they've got massage chairs around the corners, all these things to keep the guys moving, doing something, because they are sat down the whole time. But I know that's not the bit you super want to see. let's go and look at the really fun stuff upstairs where the players are. Now it's time to bring you inside the brains of the whole operation. Every single time we do this, there's a new piece of technology that's added for Echo's production team to make the show even better. And as you can see here, as we look over at Mitch's desk, multiple Stream Decks. We actually use a combo of them here. We use the Stream Deck Pluses and the Stream Deck XLs. And through here, they can route absolutely everything to control the whole production, everything you see. But this time there's been a little addition. Elgato has also come out with a USB dock, which actually slides into the back of the Stream Decks, allowing the guys to plug everything in at the back end and make stuff so much tidier. Despite everything you see here, this is a well-oiled machine. But come with me, I want to show you something special. This is what you actually see. While it's controlled from there, what we actually see goes on in this room here. This is the caster room. The first thing you can see, of course, is this wonderful analysis desk. This is where we're going to be during our mythic and much more complex fights, is managing all the information we can give to you that's very technical and very informative. But it's our job, and the job of the guys on the couch right now, is to deliver that information in a way that's completely understandable. As you can see, these guys also use these big Stream Deck Pluses along with their savory snacks and blankets to deliver that information for you, using those knobs to coordinate things, get everything done, and they can talk back to production, they can manage their own volumes, and they can put on a good show for you, hopefully. Yep. Well, at some point when I get on the couch.
Yeah, hopefully.
Now, there's one little thing I want to show you, okay? There's one thing I want to show you, which is the actual brains of Echo itself. Now, I can't show you much because they're doing some sneaky things right now, but you can kind of look over my shoulder. And behind me, what you're going to see is Potter, Scripe, and Roger. These are the guys that are organizing everything, planning strategies, working with a lot of teams behind the scenes. As you can see, using the Elgato Wave XLRs and their Stream Decks to coordinate every POV, because they need to quickly switch between which player they're watching and get everything sorted, and there's no easier way to do it. This is how we produce this show. We use all this technology in an amazing way, and what we're hoping to do is utilize it to make things simple, make things easy, and of course, Elgato, as always, is a big part of that. And for me, I'm going to take my place here at the analysis desk to help the guys out. And for the rest of you, you're going to be able to watch these guys and myself over the course of the race. So enjoy, and let's go to our casting desk.
Oh, God.
What was that look, idiot?
The medic cameo. Last second of it.
You waited for it, and then you saw that come to you.
I model myself on Jim from The Office as my general. Have a fourth wall break, that's the plan.
I do apologise that I had to come into both of your casts.
Yeah,
you
do
apologise.
Right?
You could have waited.
They were live.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was great.
We didn't even tell him I was coming. Just walked in with the camera.
He just appeared, he just squatted.
You can just hear Mike coming like a force of nature, just slowly into the room, and you're
probably
like,
heard it like 10 minutes ago.
yeah, and you're like, oh man, here we go
Incoming.
Our poor cameraman came back and Ali, and he just said, we need a light on it. You were just pitch black through the whole thing, and we've got to do it again. I was like, but this new casting team, I'm literally annoying both of them now to stop in and have this happen. But it is sick. Like, the whole setup is sick. SK Magenta facility is awesome. And we're really spoiled. Now you watch the video, it's like, yeah, we are really spoiled this time around. And he doesn't know. You see, this is what the problem with these rookies. They turn up, and now he's like, oh, this is what I expect every time. Wait till you're back in the warehouse where we belong.
I used to cast Insomnias, where you'd show up after drinking for 12 hours and cast 12 hours of League of Legends. So I've been in the...
At the race course?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there before.
And F, it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no more Insomnia.
Yeah, it makes me sad.
Shoutouts. Yeah, never forget.
Just a moment of silence for that, by the sounds of it.
He doesn't know what it is. It's probably...
It's a UK land. Big UK
it was
land.
a big UK event.
That became a big UK Minecraft tournament, basically.
Going outside is for losers. Too scary, if you ask me.
Yeah. So true.
Right. Well, the Mythic is obviously unlocking, guys. They are going to get serious now. They're having a nice day of testing things and messing around, and they're going to bed super early. I think like 8 o'clock or something like that. So it's kicking off early. We actually don't know yet. Unconfirmed reports of what they're doing in the morning. Will it be like the old days? I think there's an argument to not do that, because they never used to do that. When we had Heroic Week as standard, I know Jeeth's about to pop up and say they're definitely doing splits, but...
I'll wait until you're done talking before I ruin your fun.
Let me set the case.
yeah. Make up some stuff and then...
You know what we are doing? Delves.
I mean,
oh no!
I don't think that's happening.
We just need the 603
That's
bits
certainly
of
not
gear.
happening.
It's really important.
it's on the veteran track.
No more delves.
Actually,
No, but this Heroic Week used to be a thing.
Yep.
And the way the Mythic race used to work is they would slam their faces as far as possible all the way until they hit the wall, which we'll get to in a second, because there's a lot of potential walls in this raid. And then they would be like, okay, now we do the splits. We kind of know our comp. It's way less splits to do because you're gearing very specific characters. We can go for it. But Jeeth, spoil everybody's fun.
They're going to do splits all day tomorrow.
Wait, and I'm waking up at 6 o'clock to cast
And
this?
Medic's
I've just done
casting
that
them.
for a week.
So, Carol, from what I'm telling, we don't need to be here for
Yeah,
a bit. So,
actually.
yeah, we're good.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Can we extrapolate?
Yeah, we can expand on that a little bit. So you're right, that's how things used to be. There used to be this theory that you would go into Mythic, kill the bosses that you could, run into a wall, then go do your splits. That was in an era when you had far less gear and far fewer players and far fewer helpers. Now, that's essentially wasted time. If you're going to do the splits, which you are, then you want to get that gear as early as possible and use it to decrease the amount of time you spend banging your head against early bosses. You can just kill those splits and then have the gear and then kill those bosses faster and not waste any time banging your head against something that you would have killed with 2 extra item level.
Because the argument in the past was that you wanted to keep your ID open on some of your characters in case another class needs to be stacked. Like, let's say you need 10 warlocks for something, right? Then you would want the ID to be free on some of your characters to make sure that you can still gear those 10 warlocks in heroic splits. But now, with so many characters available and so many helpers, that would not be the case, that you run out of IDs. So you'll always be able to gear other classes later on in case you have to, right?
I think another point about that is not really having a many comps that we do really weird stuff anymore. I think it's safe to say that we already know what 13 of the slots are likely to
Because
look
of class buffs, right? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So I think because of the way the Blizzard have designed the game, you're less likely to have really, really crazy comps. So gearing everything and getting as much as we possibly can does certainly help make the rest of Mythic smoother. And it's always nice to know we're just not going to have to do any more splits. We can't get any stronger. The reason we're not killing this boss isn't because we should go and do more dungeons or do more splits. There's nothing left to do. We just full slam face and we just get better. I'm
trying to recall, actually. Maybe you remember, Jays, because I can't remember for the life of me. There was a boss that the guys tried to do last tier because Scripe does not let them do anything until it's full send, right? And so they can't craft, they can't do anything. They hold all their loot as much as possible. And there was a boss they wiped on for like 3 hours. And then they went and got upgrades in 10 minutes and then came back and one-shot. Oh, it was the tree guy. Who was Tree Boy?
Nimue?
Yeah.
No, not Nimue. The other one that the room closed in and you had the treants to heal.
Laradar.
Do you remember that tragic Laradar stream?
Yeah, because they're going to be trying to work out what characters they're going to take forward, right? They don't want to accidentally spread out the gear across their other characters. You know, if Gingy 2 gets the Bis trinket and other items, as we've seen, then you don't exactly want to be giving the gear to the other characters. So that's why they're like, hold, wait, see what drops, see what we can collect, and then full send.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that a bit earlier. But they should, yes, we're likely to see splits, guys. I know, but we're going to make it fun for you. And on top of that, they should crush them. They should absolutely demolish these splits.
And if they crash them, they can do more. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, so you know
they
Skype.
can even quad core.
What if we need more mages?
Quad core, yeah.
If you ever ask yourself, are there going to be more splits? The answer is always yes.
As you can see from the poll.
Yeah, I thought it was yes and no. Nope, it's yes and yes.
Do you think chat's voting on whether they want splits tomorrow? Like,
no.
Do you think that's a thing? Because
No
I feel like there's a lot of hopefulness in there. Yes or yes?
Well, one thing that doing heroic splits, of course, allows us to do as well is have a little bit of a look at the guilds that aren't going to be doing as many heroic splits. You've got guilds such as Instant Dollars in the US, or even some of the guilds that kind of slam through because you might only do 5 runs, and then it's like, well, that's all the runs we're going to do. We're just going to go straight into Mythic. Actually allows them to see what Mythic strategies are being employed, maybe what comps seem to be really kicking ass once they've got a full group together, and it allows them to see which bosses are likely to be the very, very difficult walls that you otherwise can only speculate from a distance, right?
For sure.
And inevitably, there's also going to be this period of time where there's one guild that goes straight into Mythic, like some unknown guild, and wipes like 100 times their first boss. And then it's going to be like,
wow,
is the first boss unkillable? Did they tune it too difficult? And then like a Aqua Liquid go in and they just one-shot the boss. And then it's like, oh, turns out it's easy after all. The guilds have no item level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just jump straight in.
What do you think, Jay? What do you think the first wall is going to be?
I'm kind of thinking perhaps Nexus Princess Kaiveza, but I'm really looking at Silken Court to be an absolute wall of a boss. It looks extremely challenging. I'm getting Tindril vibes.
Yeah, I mean, after what you've watched, Medic, where's your headline?
I think it's Kiveza or Brood Twister. I think Brood Twister could be hard, but I also think as soon as you work out the mechanics of that fight, it should be a little bit easier. My worry is if the empowered, the mutated spiders or whatever are too powerful, then it is just going to become a DPS check, and maybe you don't quite have the gear for that early on.
I really hope Brood Twister is not going to be a difficult boss because I really don't like that boss. It is not my favorite.
Is it because your Starfall doesn't do any damage?
Oh no!
Wow,
chicken noises.
Everyone, instant boomkin shutdown.
I can't believe this.
Mike is getting increased by 6%. What would you want?
I mean, the class balancing this tier, I've never heard the guys in recent memory say how weird the class tuning is this time around. Like, they've done some nerfs to Arcane and Fury, but they're still like, yeah, so they're now just like 15% ahead. Like, Druids are...
I have a live
Druids
POV.
are dog shit right now. So, but they're getting a minor buff.
I have a live POV of Druid DPS mood right now if you want.
Yeah,
Oh,
bring it
yes,
up.
please.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, that's painful.
Hey, we're getting a 6% buff.
Yay.
Was that enough to bring us to the top?
I'm sure, as long as everyone else gets a 60% nerf.
Hey, that's going to put you on par with
How
Frost
much
Mage.
is 6% of 0, guys?
I did feel bad when they came in and I said, so they're buffing this and this, Carol. What do you think? I said, it doesn't matter. None of the spells do damage.
6% of nothing is nothing.
Yeah, it is weird. You might see some extra classes sneaking in there because, like I said, the balancing is a little skewed this time around. It's going to be a little weird. What's weird about this tier, they seem to be strategizing Blizzard in the last few tiers, is to have some sort of patchwork right in the middle so they could gauge what the guilds were doing. And then we immediately saw buffs to Tindral, changes to bosses, because they were like, okay, what damage are these guys doing? Let's give them a wall. There isn't one of them. Sikran's pretty close.
I think you'll find it's Kiveza.
Yeah,
that
so.
boss is a hidden Sludge Fist. If you think about it, it's a pure single target fight. The only other single target fight is Sikran, which is like third and nothing happens. So yeah, it's whatever. It's like as a sixth boss, that is the exact same position as Sludge Fist. It has a very set enrage timer. There's no ads. It's just geometric. It's Sludge Fist with shapes, which is awesome. I absolutely love the fight. It has the potential, if tuned correctly, which hopefully with Heroic Week that does allow them to do. It does have the potential to be an awesome wall that I'm looking forward to seeing how they break through it.
When you say awesome wall, where are you sat? Are you thinking... Swolderon did not take long. Like, we were all thinking Swolderon was going to be up for a while. 20 pulls? Something like that?
It wasn't a whole lot.
Yeah, he wasn't around for very long.
So, yeah, I think with a single target wall boss, I think people generally just really like those bosses, right? Me as a player as well, Sludge Fist is great, like any kind of like single target damage boss is great because people just want to stand still and press their rotation, right? The problem is that unfortunately the Racial First guilds are really good at pressing their rotation. So if that's the main thing that is going to hold a guild back, then it's not going to hold Echo back for very long, right? Because they know how to optimize the damage. So it would have to be like a healing check and a DPS check simultaneously. So they have to like drop healers and bring more damage dealers or something like that. So the healing becomes very difficult. But I can see that being the case, right?
And also, Sludge Fist was so difficult because of how fragile it was. One person made a mistake, pretty much everyone died, right? Especially when it came to soaking the pillars. So, I think there isn't necessarily... There is room for that on Kiveza. Maybe you have to be so precise with the portals that if even one of them is off, you get like Razageth blown away. Who knows how strong it's going to be. It wasn't like that on PTR, but they do some strange things from PTR onwards.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, the thing about Sludge Fist is you had that epic moment, didn't you, where it's that DPS race and then it charges into the wall that final time and everyone's fighting to stay alive and heal through the AoE damage. And Kiveza has that kind of element to it where right at the very end, you're in that endless phase where the damage is being pulsed out. So it would be really cool if that is more of a war or a damage check to see them go into that kind of enrage and everyone's battling and trying to take it down as fast as possible. It's just one of those moments that I think for the race is really cool.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen a major damage check for a while. Like, Farak was mechanical all the way to the end. Tindral was mechanical all the way to the end.
Oh, what was the boss in Sepulchre?
That poor robot.
Oh, you talk about the worm?
I think Rygalon.
Guardian or
Rygalon.
After Anduin, the boss?
After Anduin was
Dreadlord.
Rygalon.
Rygalon, yeah, Rygalon.
Oh, I was thinking of that robot that was supposed to be the patchwork and he died at 2
Rygalon
pulls.
was
Do you remember that guy?
Pretty big damage check.
Yeah, really was.
And that was a good damage check too, Rygalon, right?
Oh, Rygalon was amazing.
But it still didn't take them that long to kill, right?
Yeah, oh, it did. It was brutal.
Took a little bit because there was this whole fight between like 4 healing and 5 healing, which was like an
but it
ongoing
wasn't
thing.
like 100 pulls. It was like, I don't know, 40?
So
I couldn't remember. I think it was 70 to 80.
Most of the
Really?
Oh, the last
Okay,
three
that's more than
bosses
I
were.
thought,
Yeah,
then.
Rygolon was a killer.
Oh.
Yeah,
All I can remember, it was like a fever dream that entire tier. So
Yeah, it's like after
Yeah,
Lord,
Wait, is the whole
everything just in
class
that
not
tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haven't woken up yet.
Yeah, Lords of Dread was about 40 or 50, I think, and then Rygolon just went,
Maybe.
not
Yeah.
happening. And Potter, in fact, it was Potter and I think they got Potter, speaking back to Potter, who's here now, got on the phone with Just Wait and Ryson, and I think they stayed up all night and they mathed out every second of the fight to make sure they could technically live.
Wow.
That's how they did it. Liquid stuck with the 5 healers and managed and got over
Somehow
it.
they
they did it without
Crazy.
DPSs. And Echo just was like, let's just not die in one pull and it will die. That was the whole strategy they went with, and that's what we'll hopefully see in the next little while here. Which boss are you thinking might be the one?
I don't think we're really going to see a super difficult wall until we get to Silken Court. Both the Princess and Brood Twister are kind of at the same point in the raid. After Ashanon, you can choose which one to go to, and it's possible that one of them is tuned very, very difficult in terms of DPS, but it's a little early in the tier for a super difficult DPS check. I don't anticipate any boss taking more than a day until we get to the Silken Court. Silken Court has that potential to be a day-plus progression by itself because it has a lot of moving parts, a lot of mechanical difficulty, and the potential to be a very difficultly tuned boss.
Have you got anything to show us there so we can
Sure.
help our audience who've been watching Heroic all week?
Which boss would you like to look at? Specifically that one?
Let's start with, have you got Nexus Princess there?
Yeah, we do.
Let's
We
start
have,
there with the one
graphics
that may
for all
or
of
may not fall over.
Yeah, Nexus Princess is what Alex was talking about as kind of a sludge fisty type boss, right? And on Mythic, what happens? These ads that you all saw 100 times in normal heroic, some of them are going to be red colored, and those red colored ones must be dispelled by charging them through the boss. If you don't, then you're going to wipe. The thing you're juggling there is that when you do that, the boss is going to get buffed by 10%, and you need to prevent consecutive charges through in order to prevent her from becoming enraged. So you charge 2 through on the first charge, and then 1 on the second in the first phase. You go to the intermission, then you charge 2 through on the first one, and then 2 through again in the second one, and then you go to intermission, and then in phase 3 you have 5. So you're going to charge 2 through, and then you're going to charge 3 through, and she's angry for the rest of the fight, and that's what Jordan was kind of talking about, where she's going to be enraged essentially as we go into that final intermission, and we kind of race against time to kill her.
Why do you think about Reaper? That they
so cool.
But they predicted shenanigans.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they've made sure, no, you're dying if this happens.
Well, on Heroic and Normal, you could survive it
Uh-huh.
if you tried to get assassinated, but now obviously 10 million damage, that's a lot of damage.
Might need an immune.
That's like a pain sup into a lay on hands, into a personal, and then maybe you'll get hit so hard that it just triggers again, and you need another pain sup, another lay on hands.
Yeah, they're working hard to make sure, no, you're dead if you screw us. Nice little difference on the healing to have this sort of cough.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I see throughout this raid, because on Brood Twister, there's lots of healing absorbs, and then on Kaiveza, there's you can't let anyone drop below 10% HP. So there's a few healing mechanics in this raid, which I thought was really interesting. It's going to put a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, 'cause usually if they're alive, they're okay. But no, not so much.
Only the last health matters until she hits you for 10 million when you only have 10% health left.
Are we likely to see some weird weak aura that gives them a percentage readout on their frames to tell them that they're close?
Maybe they should change their health bar, right?
Yeah.
So you like your health bar just shows 10% to 0.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
That
smart.
would be nice.
I have actually seen already, anytime they drop below 20%, it says the exact amount of health that you have, and it says watch out. Make your own mind up, but be careful.
Watch out.
Take us on to the next one, Jeeth.
Okay, so next we have Brood Twister, which has 2 major mechanical changes going into Mythic. First, you need 2 people working together to pop the eggs. That's going to be a coordination challenge. And finally, this is the first boss that presents a little bit of a puzzle challenge, a little bit of trial and error to figure out what kill order is best, because every time you take her into one corner of the room, all eggs in the room of that associated corner become mutated for the rest of the fight. So you're going to have to decide which of the ads that we want to mutate for the longest portion or the shortest portion of the fight.
Yeah, I think mechanically it's probably going to be solved relatively quickly. Like, raids will know we want to make sure the spiders come out first because we don't mind dealing with necrotic bites, or if we get the worms up, we can kick them enough that it doesn't really matter. My thought on this boss perhaps being a wall is if it's tuned hard enough that it just becomes a wall, right? Because if you have a lot of parasites, if you can't quite crack all of the eggs in time, then you get all of these mutated things coming out and it becomes a little bit more tricky. I expect it to go over easily, but I would love it to be a wall.
Yeah, it would be nice to have this fight be something that is like, oh, the guilds choose based on what is best for their group. If they've got loads of AoE damage dealers, so they go for this group or they go for that group. Once again, it's wonderful in concept, just like the idea of Kai'Veza being like a perfectly orchestrated, geometric shaped thing. It's going to be chaos. There'll be one good strat, and everyone's going to follow it.
There'll be one route, and yeah,
it's going to be that way, generally speaking, until one of the later guilds, something like Fat Shark or Honestly or someone like that, gives it a proper good look and stitches together the strat that everyone else is going to use, really.
Yeah, it's typically when they can control the fight like that, they tend not to struggle, these guilds, with that one. But we could see, it could end up getting into the last phase and all the eggs done, it's got 30% health left, and it goes, rethink your plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, rethink your plan. But the Queen's Court, this is the one, I mean, on the PTR testing, nobody lasted, from what we know, more than about 20 seconds.
Yeah,
on this. Yes. What do you think there, Jeeth?
That's the first, that's going to be the difficult fight of the tier other than the last boss, right? Silken Court has this incredible mechanic being added whereby at the very beginning of the fight, you are taking either the Mark of Paranoia or the Mark of Rage, or one color or the other, and for the rest of the fight, you can't touch anyone of the other color. If you do, you will die. Every mechanic through the fight starts spawning the orbs that then need to be picked up by someone of the opposite color. So it's going to be this crazy choreographed dance of, a mechanic happens, you spawn some orbs, you move away, the other group comes, they soak those orbs, you go soak their orbs, while dealing with all of the other mechanics that we saw in Heroic at the same time. It's going to be a little bit wild.
Yeah, the reason why I'm really anticipating this fight is because largely, we're talking about when they're sitting through and discussing how much damage they're taking at each stage of the fight, they're mapping out all of their cooldowns. However, a fight like this is so much personal play. It reminds me of the personal play on Holondrus, for example, on Tindral, soaking those mushrooms.
Even I know of Holondrus.
Oh yeah,
even I heard the
legendary
stories.
fight. But these personal play fights, I think, are the ones that are going to pose the most challenge, right? Because they can't just map it out. They have to actually map it out and then also be playing and adapting in the moment each pull.
Yeah, I think this boss actually was designed by the same person that made both Halondrus and Painsmith.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Firak.
Yes.
So
Okay.
I think it's going to be very
WoW
difficult.
players.
It's funny because the first time they tested this boss, I remember some of the Racial First players saying, yeah, there's no way this boss stays like this. Like, there's no way. And then they tested the boss again. It was the same. And they're like, whoa.
Well, yeah, we had a working theory here. They actually showed him, because it's been like a month since the PTR, to say, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
Go and do all your stuff. You got all these analysts, have you, fancy ass? Well, go away and figure it out. And we're going to leave it there. Instead of surprising, like Tindral was a surprise, right? They turned up and it was like Holondrus, where it was like, whoa, this wasn't anything like this. What the hell happened? I think this time they might have gone, this is what we're giving you. Go. Do
Good
your
luck.
thing.
Play game.
I think there is a very small chance, though. Hear me out. It's going to be a little bit of devil's advocate on the side of this boss maybe being very easy. Once you've got a movement system in place, and it will just simply be 6 overlaps. Like, there's this one really rough bit that we need to sort out. There's this other bit, and you just get through, and each time you've worked out exactly how you want to move, which is something they could have been doing for the last month or so. Once that's done, then you're kind of just done, right? The fight
you just have to play the fight perfectly after that point. Yeah.
Yeah, but what if there's Halondrus bombs that spawn throughout the fight randomly that they didn't tell us about?
Yes.
That is how you make the fight
Secret Mythic phase.
And that's the
Halondrus
Mythic
bombs.
phase on Queen Ansarek. It is Team Crab versus Team Spider after all, so Mythic phase, I don't know.
I'm trying to convince Gingy to change everything to crabs to annoy Scribe, because Scribe's POV, Gingy's who's watching. I'm trying to get it just to annoy Scribe, because he wants everybody to be the same. I was like, please change it, because it would be really funny. Queen's Court is definitely looking like Tindral Plus, but we'll see. Maybe Alex is right. Maybe they have had this long to strategize it. They've figured out what they're going to do. In theory, they haven't been able to play it for a month or so, but in theory, it should work, and then we'll see some really fancy things. If they've come up with some godforsaken week or like Anduin, where suddenly it's like a shapes game, and everybody has to follow the thing. I'm dreading it, because we don't know. If I'm dreading that appears.
You have to do ley lines on a Weekera first.
Yeah.
Before you can
Exactly. And you all have to be stood here at 30 seconds or it doesn't work.
And you have to jump twice.
Sounds like the trinket you can get. Yeah, just speaking to you from the void.
Full Queen Ashara. But interestingly enough, we don't know everything that's coming, do we, Jesse?
No.
Ansarek has some surprises for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the Dungeon Journal about Ansarek. We can talk a lot about
I'm a big fan of Queen's Big Time.
Yeah.
I've been corrupted. I read that as Queen's Big Toe.
I mean, that's the running theme of the
I don't think that's
expansion.
corruption.
I do.
It's a vibe.
Yeah. The dungeon journal is a little bit sparse. We don't really know what's going to happen. It was untested. It's a big question mark.
There's a couple of listed changes, but most of them, normally as seasoned players of the game, we're able to like dissect it a little bit. Looking at it, it's like, nope, I have no idea what's going on with this. Just going to have to wait and see, which is always super exciting. And I think it's been a chat for a while, and it's always going to be a chat every Race to World First as to whether or not we're getting a secret-only phase.
I have some insider knowledge from the outside.
Go on.
Of Nobble.
I was watching his video earlier today. I think after watching that, I'm more on board.
He's not wrong. Is that the lore of what happens in Normal and Heroic is not accurate to what actually happens in the cutscenes. So maybe. We are, of course, mentioning a Mythic only phase. She does not become fully ascended in Normal or Heroic, but in the cutscene it does suggest she is fully ascended.
Yep.
And that is not accurate. And they have been very careful about their story this time around.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Will we get more feet in the Mythic only cutscene?
That is the last phase. It's just feet.
The whole raid just gets stamped
I have
on.
ascended. Here are my feet.
You're joking, but you guessed how many toe rings she had instantaneously.
It wasn't
It
a
was
guess.
instant. 3.
I'm excited to be unknown. That's cool.
Yeah.
Like, especially if something weird happens. Because the last time we really had that was, I kind of think it was like the pre-Nazoth boss, Carapace, when all of the tentacles came out and we were like, what the? I mean, it turned out to be a trash boss, which is unfortunate. But the actual graphic of something really strange happening that we're just completely unexpecting. Like the jailer when he got a shield and he came back and was like, okay.
And I think they're like really careful because they don't want to lock something really cool behind the Mythic boss, right? Because then people that don't do Mythic, they're like can't experience it,
Yeah, I
right?
understand that.
And people have been very upset about that in the past, like especially when Ragnaros was like stepping out of the
his
lava
legs.
in
Yeah, in
Firelands,
Firelands,
right? You're like, whoa, I want to see end the cutscenes that are Mythic only, stuff like that. But come on, like please, we have to race first. Everyone can see it anyway, so it's like.
And maybe with the new story
Come on,
mode
Blizzard.
coming out of the
That's what we're gonna say.
Yeah, raids. Maybe that can be because we're not going to see that for a little while.
True.
You can go and experience it in that sort of way. I think that'll be a good way of doing it in the middle. But of course, with the raid, it's worth talking about comp because there is a whole suite of theories going around. And Jesse, I know that you've been having a little bit of a look around and a little snoop as to think, well, what's going to be going on there.
Well, I've been tinkering with what I think might be going on. It's always speculation. It's always guesswork. But Max Warhol has this really cool raid composition planner, which is like playing chess in your head a little bit. It's very, very fun. It's fun to mess around with. So I've been throwing it together. Now, you're not going to understand what's going on at first because traditionally you would put this in a different order. So let me cook, Mike. Let me cook
Hang
just
on a
little
minute.
bit.
What is
Okay,
this?
so
Not enough mages.
I've got this organized not by tanks to the left, healers to the right, but by degree of certainty, right? On the far left, I'm pretty certain. On the far right, there's a lot of flexibility, and I'm not particularly certain. Thanor's going to play Holy Paladin. That's for sure.
Okay.
Zati's probably playing a Resto Shaman. Unless Ryson is inting with his druids, he will be playing a Disciplined Priest, swapping to Holy as necessary. There's room for Velo to swap from either Preservation Evoker to either Mistweaver or a second Priest. I think the Preservation Evoker is most likely, and it's very, very strong. Then we have either Macene or Frago, rumor is Frago, playing Augmentation and swapping to Healer as needed, that 5th hero role if it's necessary. And there's nothing wrong with 2 Preservation Evokers. Preservation Evoker is very, very... You just saw it!
I just saw it. You hid it behind obnoxious text.
Here in the middle, we have mandatory buffs. I don't care if it's a subtlety rogue or an outlaw rogue. You're going to have a rogue for the poison. You're going to have a warrior for the shout. You're going to have a mage, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. It can be a survival hunter, whatever. It's fine. The tank stuff is a little bit up in the air. I think they're still arguing about it right now. My personal position is you bring the Guardian Druid for the Mark of the Wild so that you can bring a Windwalker, which does good damage, instead of the Brewmaster, and then you have to bring a DPS Druid. But I could be wrong. They may feel more comfortable with the Brewmasters. And then, of course, you have that last group of flexible spots. You can put whatever you want in there. And there's one right answer. Right now it's Fury Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Enhance as well, doing very, very well in several of the runs.
Yeah, one thing to kind of, like, Fury Warrior, don't get me wrong, if you've gone into the raid and you've had a Fury Warrior there, you've felt their damage, but most of the time, it is pad. They are very, very quick ad killers, and there's a lot of very small health ads. So they're the only ones really even getting to AoE on half.
Maybe that makes you feel better, Mike.
What about shaman buffs? we've got shaman buffs now.
Resto Shaman brings every Shaman
Yeah,
buff.
okay.
Sky Fury is one buff, you need one Shaman just like you need one Mage.
Good point.
Yeah, you do feel the Fury Warriors in the raid because you usually have to res them because they pull everything on the ads as soon as they spawn.
Your Fury Warriors aren't Revis and Wolf Disco. They'll be fine.
It's weird. I hope Kush and Perfecto don't kill each other. I really don't.
Well, in all honesty, this 5th group is pure flexibility. You're going to do whatever you need for individual fights. You can throw in a second Rogue. You can throw in a Frost Death Knight. Rep Paladin has some burst options that might be good in some situations. Enhanced Shaman is very good. I could see a second Windwalker. You could see another Arcane Mage or another Spec of Mage, right? There's a lot of flexibility, and that's going to be fight dependent. It's to the left that I'm more certain because those are the mandatory buffs. Those are the kind of utilities you're looking for from your tanks. You don't look for a tank that's the strongest or most able to survive. They're all able to do that. You look for the tank to cover the weaknesses in your comp. Do you not want to bring a Windwalker? Then you bring a Brewmaster for that debuff. Do you not want to bring a DPS Druid? Then maybe a Bear for Mark of the Wild. The big question in my head about tanks is how valuable is AoE Grip going to be throughout this ad-infested raid versus the utility you could get from perhaps a prop Paladin bringing some off-healing or something like that? That's a little bit more in the air.
It's nice to see such flexibility. It really is. Like we always come down to comps being so rigid for a while and messed up, but more recent tiers they've been able to see those surprise specs coming back. We're not having that usual thing of like, well, but, I mean, we're doing it with druids right now, but like, you know, there's always one that's down there.
Just like, when was the last time we didn't have a druid in though?
Last tier.
We did not. We had
I think it
Well,
was
because
Feral
we
last
had
year,
Druid,
didn't we?
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you need a druid for Mark of the Wild, right? But one thing that I was thinking about, like, even though the class buffs are, of course, making sure that they bring certain classes, right? But I feel like because that has been true for quite a while now, I almost miss certain class stacking.
Oh, so
you miss meme
Right?
builds.
I'm so with you, especially
Like-
someone who doesn't have to run a guild anymore. Yes, 100%. It's
Because I feel like it is fun if they're stacking it for a utility.
yeah.
Like, I actually think it's kind of interesting to see that when it happens. I understand that it's not fun for the people that play the games, like, they don't play the class that is being stacked, right? But for the Racial First in particular, I always thought it was fun to see a certain class being stacked for like, some utility or for whatever. Like, it's kind of interesting. And now that we don't see that anymore, it's kind of like the same kind of class comp every time. Yes, different specs, which makes it, you know, everyone can see themselves represented in the raid, but
It does create good memes.
I
Yeah,
miss
niche
six rogues.
comps.
I miss
Oh,
six
Zool.
rogues.
Well-
on anything. I don't care. Just bring in rogues. Just send them all. They're complaining. No, not complaining.
Stop them
arguing.
fighting.
They're arguing about who wants to be the rogue. We should be arguing who doesn't want to be the rogue. That's how many rogues I want to bring.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a huge advantage in situations like we're talking about, where Echo switched to every player had to be a multiclasser. That was a decision made a couple of tiers ago, and now you can see that paying off. It's like Wolf Disco, Fury, Warlock, whatever. He's just a master at all these things, right? Minis on his Shaman or he's on his DK. It's like, it doesn't matter. And this is why Scribe does so many splits. Because he's like, I want them all, just in case, like, you're predicting, like, maybe, not predicting, but suggesting that maybe we can do something really funky here and just bring in all these DKs. I mean, at Unat, they tried it with Warlocks, if you remember. They tried to bring like 17 Warlocks to Unat, and it just didn't work. They had like, I think they had Perfecto playing Warlock. And he's like, what do? It's like, I've never touched this class in my life. Absolute trash. But we are looking forward to all these Mythic bosses. I would like to see, compared to last year, do you want to see that double end wall or the linear progression? Because what seems to have happened is they predict like the first few bosses, that's kind of for everybody. And what they did last time was like the last couple of bosses, they're for the world first guilds. Like, this is where Blizz gets to flex their developer skills. What can we challenge them with? What can we do? Do you think they went too far last time and they'll pull it back? Because there's wild predictions here over how long this race is going to take.
Yeah, I'm scared of the 3-day race happening again. A little
Please
bit.
no Abras.
Yeah, I feel this is gonna. I said to you, the boss is gonna die on a Friday, either the Friday after 3 days or after 10 days. That's the sort of. I'm hoping for the 10-day one because that does show that they can. These guys have put so much work into preparing their characters, as have Liquid, as have Method. You know, so many people are putting so much effort into the game that if you haven't got something that you can really get your teeth into, don't get me wrong, you'll still have fun doing the bosses, such as Abras. You know, there was some still good gameplay to be had in there, but I feel that the tiers where they have a bit more of a bite back. Certainly as a watcher and a caster, it's so much more fun.
Yeah.
Really, really enjoyable. So personally, I do hope for something like a Tindril. Maybe not a Tindril that everyone else has to be forced through, because I know there are a lot of other people who are playing the game normally got to that boss and just experienced nothing but dread.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think it would be good for those guys in this position just to get something really, really big to fight against.
Yeah, that's why, because so the one problem if only the last two bosses are super difficult, for it to even last 10 days still, you have to make them so hard that it becomes this frustrating boss that is frustrating for all of the other guilds after the Race of All is over. So I kind of hope that this raid, maybe we have one of the previous bosses be a wall already, so they don't have to put all of the difficulty on the last two, which creates these like mechanically super insane fights, right? But then it's difficult, like, because if they put one of these wall bosses early on, then a normal, like, sane Mythic guild could reach it already early on, and then it's unkillable for them, which is also a problem, right? So I guess it's, you do have to say that it's actually difficult for Blizzard to actually make, like, tune these raids for the Race of First guilds and for, like, any, like, normal guild at the same time. So I see the struggle, but yeah, I just hope one of the bosses before the last two can be a little bit of a wall. It looks like maybe one day.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So you're saying Friday, either 3 days into Mythic or Friday is in 10 days past the first Mythic reset.
Yeah,
so
like as an oracle, like some sort of doomsayer.
I can't help but notice that Medic appears to have been replaced by a catfish. Have we actually catfished the chat about Medic casting this, or is he,
he was only
up
here
to
for
something else?
That's the 7th caster.
That's all we could afford.
Well, we do need to go and hear. We're making our predictions, but we're going to talk to the mommy of the guild, and that is his definition now. Medic is actually going to be talking to the one, the only, the laundry master himself, Mr. Roger Brown. Let's go and have a listen.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here with Roger Brown for the sit down with Secret Lab. Now, Roger, the most important question, the most pressing question, pressing being the apt word here, when is the laundry returning?
So we have an ETA of tomorrow, 1200.
Okay.
We'll get regular updates and keep you all up to date.
Okay, and is it splits for the laundry, or are you doing a whole combined?
There's going to be a spreadsheet that you need to follow.
Okay.
Yeah, I will email it to you tonight.
And when it arrives, do we get to split the loot between the guild, or is it each person gets their own individual?
It's going to have to be personal loot on this one, I think. Yeah,
that's a shame. But I was hoping to get one of Kush's shirts, I'll be honest.
But we really don't.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about what it is you've been doing, say, over the last day, over the last 2 days, when we're in splits, we're prepping for the Mythic Week. What changes in your responsibilities going into Mythic Week?
Right, so as we get closer and closer to Mythic Week, I mean, this is the last day. We've seen the bosses now a few times in Heroic. People have practiced them. We've tested a lot of our weak auras as well. We haven't shown everything, of course, because you want to keep some things secret. But basically, we're shifting now into preparing the strategies like we had from the beta, but we need to adjust them. Of course, we don't know what Mythic changes they have done since the beta testings. But yeah, it's all about preparation, not wasting time. Still, the splits, you know, we've been very, very good with them, and there may or may not be splits tomorrow.
You don't need to lie to the audience. You can tell them there are splits.
You need to tune in to find out. But if there are, they need to be very efficient. So that is also something that we're looking into. And yeah, it's always just this shifting gear.
Yeah,
it's going to be super quick, right? So once we're fully geared up, crafted everything, then you don't want to be held back by the bosses, the strategies, and everything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you've got a bunch of Red Bull in, you're ready in terms of snacks, everyone's prepared for that. Is there a point at which you, Scribe, Potter will say go? Like you do splits for, say, I don't know, a couple of hours tomorrow. Is there an eye level you're looking for? Is there a certain amount of geared characters you're looking for?
That is a great question that I have no idea.
Okay, cool.
How to
Nor
answer.
do I. So.
Yeah, so I'm not really in the splits discussion. I don't know if it is by choice or because no one really wants to do it. There's only a few individuals that even know what's going on with splits.
Okay.
So we just trust them.
Yeah.
Just blindly, and whatever they tell us to do, we do.
I mean, it's a good way to follow your leader, you know.
Yeah, I mean.
Would you walk into the fire for Scripe? I know I would. Like I'd follow him to the end.
I'm not sure.
Maybe I have too
into
much
the
faith.
fire.
Yeah, it's you know,
like that's a bit extreme.
Okay.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, but would you walk into like Fyrak with him if he told you to?
Yes, Fyrak. Yeah.
Okay.
Drops a mount as well. Pretty good. Yeah.
Are you? I'm sure it's been asked a lot of times, but do you ever get that yearning to play again? Do you ever get that yearning to fall off platforms again and be memed? Or
okay, it's not like it's been like a decade or something.
It feels like
since I've played, right? Just to be clear, but yeah, of course, I think everyone prefers to play the game actively. It's just the nature of the competition. you need to have people on the outside, and also just the extreme levels of preparation that come if you're playing. You need to have multiple characters. You need to do a bunch of things every week, and now with the expansion release, it was pretty extreme. So it's a lot of time investment.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of, would you rather spend the time there, or is it more efficient to do other things?
Yeah. And it's probably easier to get in someone that can play than someone that wants to do all the background admin-y, all of that stuff.
Yeah, that is true. That is very hard to find people, let's say, on the outside that have experience, and because it's not really a glamorous job, let's say, right? Like, you're in the shadows and you're not having the active fun. So it is pretty hard to find these people. I don't think it's someone becomes, let's say, an outside analyst just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
They're probably players that have progressed into their later years in life, and they choose to be on the outside.
Us old men deciding that we want to talk about the game or do the background stuff instead of playing. You also are involved with a lot of the other stuff that Echo does, including the merch. I know that you guys have got quite a lot of cool merch out right now.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, you've got the Spiders rule. Is there a particular piece or a particular line that you're most happy with?
I do think the Get Ducked from the previous race was a spectacular piece of merch, which we still do have some.
Oh, really?
By the way. Yeah.
I really
So
like
you
that
can grab
merch,
that.
as does my fiance.
I also am curious to see which team will win this time around, Team Spider versus Team Crab. But yeah, we've expanded quite a lot at this point, because we've been doing it for a couple of years. There's tons of different designs that you can find on the shop. Yeah. And pretty happy with it. Yeah,
I'm really happy with it too. I've enjoyed wearing it. I will say, on the merch sheet, I put that I wanted a Get Ducked hoodie. And did it arrive?
And I do remember that I did ping on Discord.
Yeah,
if
and
someone
then I forgot to reply to the message, didn't I? So it is my fault 100%, but I wanted to blame Roger in front of all of you. We're going to hand it back to the analyst desk. Any last words before we get into Mythic Week?
No, I'm just excited. We've been working really hard, and tomorrow is go day. So I think also with production, like everything we've prepared, I'm just super excited to finally get to do the good stuff, let's say, right? We've done all of the prep, all of the heroic week, and now we're at the good point. So
I'm looking forward to it too. Let's hand it back to the AD.
Somebody is getting very comfortable on the microphone there, aren't they?
Oh, that is the analyst desk, yeah. He did say analyst desk.
He did say analyst desk, but if Mike talks, I'm not talking over it.
No, you take it away.
No, it's good. It's good. I think that was a great interview.
Insist.
Okay.
Start again.
Thank you so much for that introduction.
Okay,
now I'm going to throw it to the couch.
And then let's go to an interview with Roger Brown as he rejoins the team.
Yeah.
You were abusive to our good pal Roger Brown by bullying him for being old.
I'm the same age as him. That was the joke.
Oh.
We're both 33.
So you're still kids then, unfortunately.
Wow. I did not realize you're 33. You look like 28.
Oh, thank you. If I shave off the beard, I look 12, which is why it's on.
That doesn't work very well.
Baby face.
But he's so excited to get in there. And he has been a mother to us all. The laundry is not a joke. We've had a lot of issues with names on there because everybody's wrote their gamer tag, and the laundry guy thought it was instructions because one of them said, like, just wait. So the guy's like, for what? And he had to call Roger saying, it says scrape. Does that mean scrape? Am I scraping something off on nice memes?
Thanks for the compliment, I guess.
Yeah. One of them said perfecto, and he's like, is it? He was so confused by all that. And then yours was just okay, mate. Like, I guess it's okay. I don't know what I'm doing here. Alex wisely didn't send any laundry to see if anything would come back.
Yeah, I'm going to let everyone else beta test it for me before I send my laundry. No, I'm not losing anything. But it's really, really exciting. I'm so glad that we're heading towards Mythic Week, especially after a heroic week that we're probably not going to have for a really, really long time now. They're just trying it out for the first week, and I'm hoping that will lead us to bosses that are better tuned than we have had last expansion, where we've had a couple of hiccups here and there in terms of some bosses' numbers, not looking at Razageth and all the 50% that had to be happening to that as we went along. With Heroic Week, they got a ton of data. So I was wondering, just to round us all off, maybe we could look into some predictions as to maybe the pull count on some of the more spicy bosses out there.
Have we got a board?
Oh.
Are you doing a list, Jesse?
No.
Can you just get a notepad up, Jesse?
Well then.
Crack out the notepad.
All right. Well,
we
you
go.
used the
Document
iPad, but Jordan broke it.
That is true. Jordan's been good with technology this
She
summer.
broke the fridge.
I'm
saw
just
that.
being
I saw
blamed
That was Alex.
for everything.
I'm
being
defending
blamed
Jordan.
I have been discovering things broken, and apparently whoever finds it apparently did it. So that's the running.
Yeah. It's
Smell
like
it, don't
farts,
it?
whoever smells it,
It's
don't it?
classic rules.
Oh,
And
when
that's
are you gonna
usually
open
Mike
the
because of the
fridge?
beans.
Beans set
I've
up.
literally not been here. It's still him.
Just wafts through the window.
Airmail, baby.
Special delivery.
We should get a record though, because we always
Yeah.
forget by tomorrow what predictions we've got.
Jesse, can
Maybe
you-
our production.
Yes,
right.
I will note take for you, Medic. I'm ready.
Not specifically for. I don't want to go first because
we go
This
from
is
that
the
way
first
around.
boss.
Okay, so
should
where-
we do
no,
all
where-
predictions or just
No,
first
last
boss?
last four.
last four.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
'cause-
Brood Twister first.
Yeah,
Sure.
Brood Twister 15. Kiveza 29.5.
Oh,
Ninja pull.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, Ninja Pull. They need to reset for some reason. Who's after that? Silken Court.
Yep.
Ooh, 206.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then Ansurek will be 172.
I'm vibing with you on the Queen's Court taking longer than answering.
Yeah, I
actually.
think that's quite fair to say. I think Brood Twister is going to die in one pull. It's not even going to be anything. They're just
Yeah.
going to go in and they're going to slap it because it's doing nothing. Literally, the boss does nothing.
Yeah, but the ads do a lot.
I think Kaveza, out of nowhere, because I think spicy predictions are fun predictions. Kaveza, 150 pulls out of
Wow.
nowhere. It's going to be hard as nails for no reason. And they're going to nerf it, and then suddenly we're just on to Queen's Court. Not Queen's Court, the Silken Court even.
Yeah, Mike's messing you up on
He
that
is.
one, yeah.
Oh, they're taking us all the way
The
back.
Queen's
to
Kaveza. Yeah.
the Queen's Kaveza.
Twister. The Queen's Kaveza Twister.
I'm thinking that when we look at Silken Court, probably somewhere in the region of 110 pulls, with then the last boss being Ansurek of around 100. And I'm going to go a bit higher than you actually, 210.
Okay.
They're going to be my numbers.
I'm going to say that Brood Twister is maybe 17 on the lower end. Maybe some figuring stuff out, seeing whether allocating the resources in terms of damage with the ads and the boss, depending on how it's tuned. I think that Nexus Princess Kiveza is going to be quite difficult. I don't know why I'm just putting maybe 170 pulls into Kiveza. I'm just going to send it.
Full Holondra send.
Yeah, I'm getting like...
We're in the Kaveza Doom camp.
Yes, we are.
A day ago, you were saying this was going to be Aberrus, and we've been done in 2 days.
I know. I was like, it'll be done in a week. It's fine. But I'm going to put a lot of pulls in there. And then I'm going to say Silken Court might be similar to Tindril. I think Tindril was in the 350 range.
It was huge.
So I'm going to... Well, I'm gonna put it maybe 340 pulls on Silken Court, and I do think Queen Ansurek is gonna be less pull count, so I'm gonna throw. It's got to be more than Kiveza, so 210.
Okay. Go on the mic.
I'm with you on Brood Twister, but I think they might 3-tank it and cheese the hell out of it and
Maybe
just
something like that.
kill it. Yeah, I think it's going to die in like 13, something like that. I do think they're going to wipe a couple of times where they get everything. They just feel it out, and then they're just going to kill it. I am hoping. I don't think it's actually going to happen, but I think Nexus Princess 70 plus. I think that fight. I think they're going to get to the end and realize that boss has a lot of health. I think we're looking at a Rigel on point 2. I think that's where it's going to be.
Fun.
Like,
No,
they get
I
there.
hope so, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like your strategy ain't going to work. You're going to have to rethink this and go back to the drawing board. Queen's Court, official name. I think it's 250 plus. I think Blizzard, I really agree with it. Blizzard showed them exactly what it did to go away and prepare for this one. So they weren't surprised by it, but have something working, but it's going to be brutal. And I do think Ansurek, even though we don't know what happens, I think is probably 115. I don't think Ansurek's going to be as hard. I really don't.
All right, so I'm going to be Brood Twister 8 pulls.
Nice.
Then Princess, I think going to be 60-ish, so 65.
Sit on the fence. What the hell?
No, there's so much doubt in Echo on Kiveza.
Yeah, I think I might have set expectations on Kiveza too high. Personally, without being like contrarian, I think it's probably going to be 10 pulls on that boss.
Yeah, that's what I what did I say? Like 20? It's going to be 20
Like,
pulls.
I did predictions earlier on my stream,
Yeah.
and I was like 20. Now it's like 60.
It's one of those fights that should die, but if they've tuned it to
Yeah.
where it is in the raid, it could just go.
I just want it to be 60.
It would be nice. It's such a cool fight. It would be really fun if we
I
spent
want
a
that.
while
I want
there.
that wacky last, just straight DPS phase where the guys are
Absolutely.
pumping. Yeah.
Then Silicon Court, I think, is going to be 120.
That's fine.
And Ansarek, 195.
Okay.
Okay. There's some respectable numbers there. Have you got
What
them all
was
down?
what was the? I'm sorry, your Silken Court was
110. I think
120.
120.
Mine,
and then 195.
195.
Okay, and I missed Mike's Ansarek prediction.
111 was it? 115? It
What was yours again?
I can't
I'm
remember.
telling you now.
Like 115-ish.
150.
Yeah,
I
yours
think
was low
150.
hundreds.
Okay, yep, I
Jesse?
got it all written down.
Chat will confirm, I'm sure.
I also think you're all making things up.
Yeah,
Well, obviously, that's the
Yes,
joy of
actually,
this.
I know for a fact that
Jesse, you have to join in as well.
Okay, so I think that the Brood Twister is at least 40.
Oh.
I think that the Princess is 20.
Okay.
Okay.
Silken
the first
Court.
one that way round we've had.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah.
Silken Court 99 and Queen Ansarek 172.
Why do you think the Brood Twist is going to be harder than Confessor out of interest?
I think you guys are massively underestimating the chaos and difficulty of figuring
Yeah.
out exactly how you're going to deal with these ads that are mutated for the entirety of the fight.
All right.
That was succinct, and I have no response. Thank you, sir.
That's how it was designed.
Wonderful.
But I want the other boss to be more difficult. Does that not matter for my predictions?
Yeah.
No.
What about our wishes?
Plot twist: Sikran, 800 pulls.
That's where the mythic phase is.
Yeah, absolutely brutal difficulty. It's just charging relentlessly and just popping all over the floor, and you've got to deal with it. An absolute mess. Oh, that is going to be wacky. But it all kicks off, and it's getting started, guys. These guys are going to be going to bed very shortly.
They are.
We're not, because we're not playing, so it's all good. But those are our predictions of what kicks off in the morning. Maybe we're going to splits, as you said with Roger there. They're not 100%, and I know that's not memes, despite Jeeth's opinion, as they've been tossing around the idea for the last few days, so we might be going to Mythic tomorrow. Who knows? But we do. I'll give a special thanks, of course, to the sponsors making this event happen. Secret Lab. Yeah, let's sit down with Secret Lab with Mythic. We've got many of those throughout the week. We're going to be sitting down with all these players. We brought them here for a reason, and that is to work. It's going to be amazing. And, of course, Display. We've got lots of things. Elgato and Corsair and NordVPN as well, who have been providing lots of things for us to play with. And we've got lots of giveaways for you. I believe all these are things.
Oh, yes.
To you.
Got loads of wonderful
Pets,
Yeah.
mounts,
Roger's
keyboards,
treasure
mice.
trove.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earn channel points through watching the stream, and you can enter the giveaway to win some amazing prizes. You've got in-game items, you've got transmog, mounts, pets, you've got some merch, you've got some awesome peripherals from Corsair, Elgato, and many other amazing things to win as well through points that you can passively earn through watching.
Yeah, there's a full mythic boost in there somewhere as
Ooh,
well.
yes, there
Not
is.
for the Race to World first pull. I did have to
Why not?
clarify
It
that.
might
yeah,
not
it
be week
surprised
one.
me. I was hoping just to get my head of the curve, in this week.
Get that
Apparently they can't do that.
For sure. And, of course, special thanks to Starforge. All these glimmering PCs you can see there, including the one next to us, provided by them, as well as Games for Gamers. Gingy trying to get you guys in shape. But for now, we're all going to say goodbye. We're going to have a little rest because tomorrow the intensity starts. The heroic shenanigans are over. Kind of.
Maybe.
They will be back at some point. But from all of
It's
us
not
here,
over.
It's never over.
we'll see you in the morning. Go get rested.
Ciao.
Gaming is all about senses. How it looks. How it feels. How much it really takes to win. And how fun it is. Bring them all to life with metal posters from Displate. Shop now at displate.com.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
One in a million. One in a million.
Welcome to the studio.
I actually have some really exciting news. Everyone, welcome back to the stream.
We covered a lot today.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Games for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle, a system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gamesforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
Hey everyone, my name's Asmongold, and I'm excited to tell you about my company, StarForge Systems. When we founded StarForge Systems, we had one goal in mind: make the best computers possible for playing video games. Now, I don't personally play video games, I just react to TikToks, but wait, this is not true. Like, I do play games. Who wrote this? I play games all the time. I play Diablo, New World, and... well, I don't just watch other people play those games. I also play them too. I play them all the time. You know what? I own this company. I don't have to take this shit. I'm leaving, and the logo is a hammer.
Bye.